When we're feeling anxious or depressed, we might hear people say, well, just let it go, or just be present. Don't you wish it was that easy? Then we start to feel shame and guilt for feeling this way. Hi creatives, my name is Lauren Elizabeth with Lauren Elizabeth Animal Art. I'm a certified art therapy practitioner and an independent pet and wildlife artist. In today's tutorial, which is free by the way, and all the contents that you'll need to paint along are in the description box below, we'll be painting an adorable Jack Russell step by step in acrylics while exploring gently that part of you that feels stuck in the past or stuck in the future. And by the end of this tutorial, not only will you have a strong grasp on painting dogs, glassy dog eyes, noses, paws, even short to medium length fur, but also how to listen and grow from the anxiety and depression instead of fighting it. All right, creatives, here we go. All right, so in the free download below, you'll find the traceable, the reference photo, instructions for the traceable, a list of materials, brushes, even your technique guide, and the journal reflections. I'm adding the colors white, violet, cadmium yellow, and fluorescent pink. We're gonna get working on our background, and then after that, our foreground. So for the background, I'm gonna do a vibrant purple. So I actually want it to be a medium purple, because if I make it too light, it'll pull away from here. It'll be too close in value to this white fur. But I want it to be lighter than the dark values that we'll add to this part of the dog where it's the dark browns. So I'm gonna add in a good amount of white into my violet. Now I'm working with a canvas panel, so you actually probably wanna have more than you think you need so that you can paint the sides. And in case we have to go back to it, and do any touch-ups to that background, which is likely. So then I'll mix up the next color for the blanket. And so that's why I have cadmium yellow and fluorescent pink. I'm actually gonna start by adding a pile of white, because this is gonna have a good amount of white because it's so much lighter. And I'll add in cadmium yellow and fluorescent pink to make a beautiful peach color. Now, can I encourage you right now to lower the stakes, to use this portrait as a test run, like a little science experiment. It's art therapy based because it includes a lot of creative expression. We're building self-awareness. We're gonna learn some mindfulness techniques, but it's also an opportunity to learn acrylic painting techniques, color methods. A bit of skill is involved. But like it did for me, these two can work together. They can be combined to help you build resilience, to help you heal, to help you grow. So this is actually my bright aqua green by Liquid-X. Just like my fluorescent pink, also by Liquid-X, but the rest are from Master's Touch. So here's some white and some bright aqua green. We don't need too much white here because we want this to be stronger in value than that one. If you need a little refresher, or this is the first time you're hearing about color value, we're talking about how light or how dark or somewhere in between a color is. That's why as a starting point in my tutorials, I like to ask creatives to identify colors as either a dark or a medium or a light value. I'm grabbing my size 10 Arteza angle brush. So at the beginning, I mentioned why I decided to go with a medium value background, so it's not competing with the light and dark values in the dog. So I'll test this out on my paper or canvas. That's when you can really better gauge value. Now, if it's too dark, so it's a really deep purple, then add more white before it dries. If it's too light, add just a pinhead size amount of purple because of how dominant purple is. Then slowly adjust the value, getting it just slightly darker, little bit by little bit, until you reach that medium value. And you'll learn as you paint that there's a range of medium values. There's a range of dark and lights, but just try to focus on the 3 if you're a beginner. And while we're at it here, because it's still part of the painting, we'll paint the sides. I don't have very much, but if you're painting a canvas, then you'll have a bit more. Now, this is going to sound like a really silly question, but it's really important. Where are your feet at right now? Where are your hands right now? If you're sitting down, how comfy or uncomfy is your chair right now? I want to gently bring you back to the present in your body and ask you to turn off any distractions if you can. So that might mean for you pausing this tutorial, turning off notifications on your phone and/or placing it on Do Not Disturb, and focusing right now on our breath. We're gonna take 5 deep breaths in through the nose and a long exhale out through the mouth. You ready? So as we're painting our background, let's keep repeating these breaths. We'll do that 5 times, and when you need it throughout this tutorial. So as you're working on creating a rhythm, that deep breathing throughout this painting tutorial, can I encourage you to meditate on the theme of this portrait, which is stay curious. Now, you might be curious about what's on the screen right now. This is actually a liquid hourglass, one that my daughter has beautifully decorated with stickers, but it's one we use when we're brushing our teeth to get in those 2 minutes as the dentist ordered. But an hourglass is a great image to help us identify whether we're living in the past or the present or the future. Now, the top can represent our past. So if we are constantly dwelling on our mistakes from the past, past events, past traumas, we might feel depressed or sad. Now, the bottom of this hourglass can represent the future. So if you find yourself always rushing, constantly worrying about future events, ruminating on what could happen, you might be struggling with anxiety and stress. And lastly, we have those drips of grace, those precious moments in time that we get in the present. Now, I don't really know about you, but I don't know anyone who stays here all the time. Because come on, setting goals is important. Speeding up and working hard is important in some seasons, but also slowing down and reflecting on the past, on our mistakes can also be helpful, but it's when we live there that it can be harmful. So right now, using this image of time, where do you find yourself the most often? It's always going to be beneficial to have 1, 2, even 3 coats over top that background or foreground, just so it can richen up that color, make it a nice thick layer and not look kind of choppy in some areas. Now, some things to be aware of is that acrylic paint dries a smidge darker than how it appears when it's wet. So, and if that leads you to applying a different color to the background, go for it. Maybe you also want to add polka dots or stars instead of stripes to the blanket. Maybe you want to add different colors to that dark fur instead of just brown. Or maybe you want to add pink instead of yellow. I call these open-ended tutorials because I want you to listen to your own creative nudges, that you don't just let me lead and you do what I do step by step unless you want to. I also want you to bring in your own personal touch. All right, next we're gonna move on to, I'm gonna switch to my size 8 cat's tongue brush. Working on our foreground next. Once I've completed the background, I'll move to the foreground, if there's anything in the foreground, and then onto the pet. So this is gonna help us layer from back to front, dark to light. So we're gonna cover this area underneath that paw and claws, the blanket, with our peach, the entire area. So anytime I'm painting blankets, pillows, even pet bandanas, I like to choose the most dominant color, apply that, but then add the shadows, the dark, medium, and lights before that dries, then let that dry and add the patterns or designs or texture over top. Paint in around these toes, and that's why I love this brush, because it comes to a point and it's wide enough that I can fill in area, a decent amount of white, and so I'm going to use both. I'll raise up my brush using that point to get in there, and then have my brush kind of push down a little bit more, using the width of that brush to fill in that white. Now, would you believe it, I'm still using these Arteza Variety Pack and Detail brushes since 2021. Not only have they lasted this long, not only are they affordable, but they're such great brushes for painting pets. So I've been painting all my commissions and all my tutorials since 2021. I'll be sure to link that in the description. That's the Arteza Variety Pack and Detail Brush Pack. Now, so I don't lose this line, I'm actually going to paint right next to it, right alongside that line. Then I'm going to pull in just the smallest amount of a dark value. Could be any, really. I'm going to use a bit of purple. Okay, there's already some of that paint on my brush. This is going to be a shadow. Right above that line is where I'm applying the shadow, because there's like a dip in the blanket. I'm going to brush it off on my paper towel, go back to my color. There's going to be more blending going on, and that's okay. I just want a bit of that shadow there. Going not off the reference for this blanket, as you could probably tell, kind of doing your own thing here, but still taking information from it, like where the shadow is being casted on the blanket. So once again, just gonna dip that little point in there so that I have a little bit on my brush. This area is wet, and I'm gonna be blending now this shadow in this area on the blanket. All right, going back to our hourglass example, we're gonna go a bit deeper. So if you found yourself being pulled towards the past, what does the past feel like it's still asking from you? Now, on the other side, if you find yourself being pulled more often towards the future, when your mind goes to the future, what does it believe is at stake? Now, if you feel pushback when you're doing this introspection, really reflecting, that is normal, that is good, that's a sign that it's working. We can use all of that information as data to help us grow. Now, all these reflections are in your download. I have many more, and I highly, highly recommend you delve into that with a journal as well. Now, these claws are kind of not digging too much into the blanket, but just kind of a little bit. So they're gonna push down the blanket around those nails and by the feet. So I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm just gonna grab a little bit of that purple. I actually have some of this paint drying to my brush, so I pulled in a little bit more of that peach color. See, too much? I don't want that much, so I'm gonna go, I pulled it off on my paper towel, softened it by pulling in more of this peach color around those nails. See how I'm doing this? There's gonna be a shadow under there, but a subtle one, not too strong. I'm gonna pull out that shadow because it's kind of pushing in and creating a bit of an indent in the blanket. I'm going to add a little bit more purple, okay? A little bit more of this peach. Darken it up even more and doing some blending. And I'm also going to add some right here, just a little curve in the cushion, in the blanket there too. And even before all that dries, I'm going to go back to my peach with a clean brush, clean and damp. I'll go back to that peach and kind of create how that blanket is displaced because of those claws. Now this will get altered quite a bit when we add the stripes over top. You don't need to spend too much time on getting this perfect. We're going to be adding more shadows and highlights when we add those stripes. Even around this nail on this side, I'm going to darken up that shadow there. So let's not get too caught up in detail. We're going to let this foreground dry, change our water out, wash our brushes if we need to, and then we'll start adding a second layer, third layer for those stripes. Okie dokie. I'm going to grab next my size 2 filbert brush by Arteza. This is what we're going to use to add these stripes. Okay, so you can see the cushion is kind of being displaced. I say cushion, the blanket is being displaced like this. And also we're seeing at it this way, more forward direction. So to get the perspective right, I'm going to start right below the chest. I'm going to create a width that I can continue throughout the whole blanket. So right underneath here, I'm going to create a line at an angle, a little more than an inch in thickness. Okay, I'm going to do the next one. That's kind of coming, we can't see the entire strip underneath the arm, but we see part of it. We're here learning as we go. We're definitely going to be having to adjust those bottom layer shadows, but for my next stripe, which is about the same width apart and with a wider base, I'm working underneath the toe. So I'll make the next stripe underneath the next toe, so this is getting a little bit closer together. Here I'm going to actually have it come out from where that line is beneath that shadow and out. It's a little on the thick side, but I can actually thin it out with some of our peach once it dries. Shouldn't have made it that thick, but we can always fix our mistakes very easily once it's all dry. Next stripe I'll have go out right on the above that shadow. Giving it a little bit of a curve right there. And the last one, I'm not going to cover up all that orange, just only seeing part of it because it's lifted up. Now, some of your shadows might not need to be adjusted. Like I don't think I'll need to adjust this one. I will a little bit here and definitely here. And then maybe here too, but let's see, let's add some one strip at a time. I'm gonna switch to my size 1 round brush. Gonna do the same thing where we added a little bit of our violet and being careful not to pull in any turquoise either with some of our peach. Not too much violet, but just enough. I'm going to pull in more peach so that I can get rid of this shadow, not have it out as far, but also make sure there's just enough of a shadow. Oh, getting a little too dark. Needs a few attempts to adjust that color. Okay. I'm going to carry that into the next area here. But pulling in some more peach as well. Here, I'm going to leave that. I just think I'll darken it up a little bit. I'm going to add a bit more violet below the nail. And then soften it so it's not so bold with some of the peach. Going back with my peach. Whoops. Okay, here I think what I'll do is I'll bring a little bit more of that violet in towards the paw. And because of the light source coming, let's talk about that. Coming from the top left, really hitting strong on the left side of the face. Also coming from behind, we have a strong highlight behind the back as well. I'm going to add more highlights on this side than we did over here. So we only have a bit of the shadow right there. I'll add the littlest bit of a purple peach shadow right here. Going back to my peach to smooth that out. And because of that light source, let's try this out. I'm only using the peach. I might need to go back to my violet again. Yeah, right at the bottom. I'll do that. Just at the bottom there. And then smooth it out with the peach. Use your finger if you need doing some dabs, just so you can get more blending. Our hands can be another painting tool, so if you need to, just smooth it out or pull off a bit of paint if you added too much, and you can just use that with a little dab with your fingers. So we've added our shadows and highlights between the stripes, but we also now have to apply that to the turquoise stripes. We want to have everything, every part consistent with where that light source is. And here's what I'm going to do to indicate the shadows on the turquoise stripes is by going in with a clean damp brush, adding white to that, and doing the totally opposite technique. Not going in by where we added the shadows, but the opposite side where it's getting more light. So any stripe where it's getting exposed more to that light, especially on this left side, I'm going to add a lighter version of this turquoise. So this can be a fun technique to not only match our light sources, but also to add more interest. Just a little bit of white with this light turquoise goes a long way too. Leave yourself some of the original turquoise in case you have to darken up some areas. Like here, just to create a bit more depth, I'm actually adding more of this lightened turquoise in more, and that looks like it's behind it. Now I'm just going to be adding white on the ends. Be careful you don't add too much white like me on this stripe. So try your best to keep the area closest to the dog a darker shade of turquoise on the stripes. Now, as you're painting your foreground, I have some more journal reflections that we can chew on. If you find yourself pulled to the past, when you revisit that memory, what are you hoping will change or be understood? On the opposite, if you feel pulled to the future more often, what would it look like or feel like if you stop preparing for the worst? So like I said before, don't let me limit your creativity. If you feel led to add maybe hearts or dots or stars in the areas between these turquoise stripes or over top these stripes, go for it. I'm just bringing this one down a bit more so it's not out so far away from the other stripes. Getting that perspective right. Hi creatives, sorry to interrupt, but if you're an artist that you're just itching to paint your own household pets or even accept pet portrait commissions and you're struggling with anxiety or depression or addiction like I used to, I have now made available the Masterclass Bundle. This is a great starting point with over 250 tutorials, pet and wildlife, showing you my 12-step pet portrait painting process, therapeutic pet and wildlife tutorials that cover my color methods, fur painting techniques, and even within that bundle is my pet portrait commission course if you'd like to profit from your pet portraits and find purpose in your animal art. That was a part of my recovery story. Animal art daily was a part of my recovery story, and it's still something I use to reduce stress and release what's on the inside. Yes, this is beginner friendly. Yes, there's sequence from beginner to intermediate to more advanced. There are drawing and many more painting tutorials. So if this would bless you or a friend in need, I have links to the Masterclass Bundle down below. And if you don't want to paint your pet, I also accept pet portrait commissions. I paint animals of all kinds. All right, creatives, I have all that linked down below. Let's get back to it. Next, we're going to work on the eyes, the nose, and the mouth. Now that the background and the foreground are complete, I'm going to add the colors black, raw umber, raw sienna, and more white. That's black, raw umber, raw sienna, and some more white. Grab a brush, detail brush. I'm going to grab my 2/0 round brush. I definitely recommend detail brushes when it comes to the eyes. We want to spend the most amount of time on this face, especially the eyes, nose, and mouth, because those are the focal points where the viewer is looking first. Not to say that we can't add other things that we want to emphasize in the painting, but that's definitely one of those given focal points. So with my 2/0 round brush, use any detail brush you feel more comfortable with. I'm going to just mix up a dark gray. That's with black and white. Now, if we look at these eyes, we can just barely see a little bit of the iris. That's the color part of the eye. If I just see a little bit, I'm only just going to paint a little bit. If I'm not going to make up more, it kind of makes it look alien-like if I do that. I'm also not just going to add dark gray to the eyes. I will add some raw sienna for the colored part. So, but to start, I want to outline the eye and then we'll fill it in with our browns. So here with my dark gray, I'm going to start on the left side. Hopefully my paint is dry. Hopefully yours is too. There's always going to be a really strong, almost always, unless the light is literally right here in the dog's face, almost always there's going to be a dark shadow on the top of the eyes from the light source, creating a slight shadow there. And notice we see there's actually a bit more of a shadow on the right side because the light source is on the left. It's strongest on the left here. I'm actually going to bring the shadow down a little bit more. Eyes communicate so much to our viewers. And so if this is an area that you want to look restful, calm, bringing down the top of that eyelid or like that shadow above the eye on both eyes helps to do that. So I'm looking for all the dark shadows inside the eye, and I see I can pull this darkness in a little bit more on this right side. There's also really strong darkness below this left eye, inside the eye. So that line's going to be pretty bold there too. Better to go in too far with our outline than not far enough, because the next step, it's actually really fun and fairly simple. I'm going to first paint in a really large circle for the pupil, which will likely not be the size we keep. But because it's closer to the top, I'm actually just going to take this dark gray paint on the inside, especially touching the top. my brush is getting dry, so I just added some water to it, added some more dark gray. So this is quite large. And the next step is actually, now I know this feels so weird. I'm actually going over top some of my work there. We'll pick it up with a light highlight over top that in a little bit, but I am bringing it down, filling in that pupil. And now what I'm going to do is add some raw sienna to this dark gray, like a lot of raw sienna. And I'll paint in the rest of the white. And we want some blending to happen. We want that blending. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I have a clean, damp brush. I'm gonna mix up a gray, like a medium gray, so more white this time. Okay, I don't want much paint on my brush because we're just doing ever so carefully little details over top here. So now we have this shadow that's not really light enough, so I need to pull in a bit more white into that. I'm not working up at the top here, okay? Because I mentioned that almost always we're gonna have that dark shadow above the eye. I'm working right below that, which is right about here. So I'm gonna create this gray line around the area on the eye below that shadow and even around. And then I'll do some blending into that dark gray. I'm actually getting a little too much in there, so I'm adding more black to it so it blends nicely into like a subtle gray. That glassy eye look. All right, and then I'm gonna go even lighter gray. So adding white into that light gray and getting that really strong, it's like a line highlight. We're not talking dots here, it's like a line, which is not that often do I see that. So over top where I added that light gray, I'm gonna add this really light gray on the left side where that really strong light source is hitting it. And there's also a little dot right here too. I'm going to pull out that beautiful warm brown of the color of the eye by mixing up raw sienna and white. And I'm not painting it, I'm basically just doing dabs here. Just little dabs here. Dab, 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 where it's the strongest at the bottom. The only thing I'm not happy with is that this comes out a little too far. So when we paint the fur area, I'm gonna slice that down. I'm gonna bring it in a little bit because it just looks a little too wide. I want it not to be so wide. So let's move on to the right eye, which is the exact same steps, but darker. We don't really see much of that light brown. We just see a little bit of it. Okay, so let's start out with our dark gray. I'm gonna have to mix up some more. All right, and let's get outlining. On this eye, we even have a little bit of our white, the sclera, showing. So if you notice here, there's a line around the eyeball. I want to make sure I distinguish both. That line, and then this darker line around it, which is actually part of the fur. I'm going to kind of leave that be. So I'm always kind of keeping my eye on this eye so that I know that the proportions are symmetrical, are the same. This is a really strong shadow right here. You see this? Really strong, bold line. All right, now because of how glassy this eye looks, we can't really even tell where that pupil is, but I know that it's around the same areas. I know that it's gonna be close to the top here and come down. I know that it's looking forward, so I'm gonna try and keep that about the same on this eye. But a little bit more than that, okay? This is gonna feel so weird, I know, but I'm gonna actually paint in a lot more than the other one. And that white left is what we're gonna use to add the raw sienna. This raw sienna, the one down here where we mixed in that dark gray. I don't want to diminish that bold dark line there, so I'm going to go back to my dark gray. Oop, and put it back. Really strong dark line. All right, then we'll mix up a lighter gray. Okay, so I'm gonna mix up black with white. I might need to add a bit more white to that to get that lighter gray. This is not as light as that side, so we wanna just slowly build from dark to light. And remember, below that shadow, and we're gonna kind of feel that out, see where it is. This one is more in front of that eye. It kind of comes more to the center, that gray, and around the right side too. So curving down and around more on the right side of this right eye is like a square-shaped highlight, likely from an open door or a window, another subtle light source that's hitting this right eye, not as strong as the left side light source. So this gray covers up a lot of that pupil where we can't even really tell where the pupil is, but we can sort of see that brown underneath. Going back to this left eye, I'm going to add that square-shaped highlight on this eye, and it is a bit larger. Step back and look at those eyes if you're having trouble. So I'm going back with my dark gray and just lifting this up a little bit. You know what else I'm going to do? I'm just going to bring this down a little bit so there's a bit more darkness in there. And then that will be about the same. We want these to be right on the same plane, right there. And the reason that might be throwing you off, another reason, is because we have to fill that in with a medium gray. So we want this to be a dark to medium gray, so definitely not light, and it's real small, so just dab, 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 and it's okay if you have to go back in with your dark gray. I know I am. But not on that side, because that's part of the fur on that part of the eye. So I'm gonna go fix up this area, bring it in a little bit, fix it up because I put some of that light gray or medium gray over top there. All right, so continue working on your eyes if they're not done. We're going to be mixing up our grays for the nose next. Let's mix up our range of grays, okay? So we're going to really have dark, medium, and lights here, all with black and white. So I'm going to start with my dark value. That's just lots of black and white. I'm going to mix up a bit more because we have a lot of darks. Are you holding your breath? Do you feel a little tense? All right, here's another reminder to take a nice long deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. I'll sometimes hold my breath because I want it to be perfect. I don't want to make a mistake. Well, let's remember that the process is never perfect. It's likely messy. There's going to be challenges, so we might as well just let go, be in the present, and not focus on the end result. So I'm going to take a little bit of that previous dark gray, add a little bit more white to make our medium value gray. pick up a little bit of that, add more white, and that will be our light value. We're going to use the same brush. I really like this 2/0 round brush. All right, I know that reference is a little tricky to see the nostrils, so we have to do some improvising here and just use what we know. So we know where the dark value is going to be here for that indent, and an equal width on both sides is going to be where we have our nostrils. And we also know the side of this left nostril, so we have some information. We can still do it because we have just enough. So with my dark gray, and because this is a black nose, I will be outlining the nose with a dark gray, but not all of it. But I'll start with the nostrils, okay? So start small and then work large. All right, so I know on this side, we have the darkness of this nostril, okay? But on this side, we actually have a shadow that we can paint with this dark gray. The side of that nostril we can paint. And we have this beautiful, I love it. I love that there's like this slanted highlight on the nose. I just think that's so cool. And so that's why we'll bring this darkness up to about here. We have a littlest bit that's highlighted just ever so slightly, but I can bring this down along this line. I'm going to outline the line indent on the bottom of the nose with this dark gray. All right, and then I see that this side is very dark, so I'll also outline the left side too. All right, so a little recap. I'm going to recommend you fill in the nostrils when you're working on any nose, usually with the dark gray, but we're not always going to be outlining the entire nose with a dark gray. It might be dark brown. It might be a light brown, depending on the color and the light source around the nose. So my next tip when it comes to noses that you're kind of improvising on because you can't see all the parts and all the values, fill in the entire nose with your medium value. So that's what we'll be doing, moving to our medium gray next. You're welcome to use a larger brush too to fill in the entire nose, but we want to work at a steady pace, quick enough so it doesn't dry, fast enough that we can add the light values with our light grays or our whites, or our darkest gray into that, blending it in while it's still damp. Now I also just want to note here, at any point if I go too fast, you can use the pause and play button on your screen. Take your time, but remember when we're working in these small little areas, we want to keep it damp, working with that damp paint so we can blend. Excellent. And here we go. Not going to wash on my brush. I'm actually going to go straight into our dark values, our darkest value, okay? Which is right here. But it doesn't cover up the entire nostril. I want to leave some around this right side of the nostril because it's a highlight there. Very subtle one. I'm putting some more paint on my brush and creating that diagonal up the right side of that nose. And there's lots of blending, so you are going to need a decent amount of your dark value. Now, without leaving a gap like I did around the left nostril, I'll paint carefully around that right nostril to the very right side. This is pretty dark at the top of the nose here. And down. But before I move down, I'm actually going to just wipe off my brush and literally do these small little circles to blend this area, that diagonal, which I'm going to need to bring up a little bit more because it wraps around the left side of the top of the left nostril. Yeah, and then up. That's it. And at the same time, we're getting the beginnings of that bumpy texture by making those circles. Okay, moving swiftly. I'm going to carry on with my dark value and start blending to the left, bottom and to the left. I'm going back up below that nostril because if there's on both sides, on dog noses, there's like this. So it's very subtle, but on dog noses, there's little grooves on the bottom left and right that run down to the almost the upper lip called the philtrum. And we're going to make sure we get that right now as we add our dark value. Now I'm going to pick up just a little bit of my medium value so that I can then blend it. Do you notice just a little bit of the bottom of the nose where there's that center line indent? We have little subtle highlights. Well, I'm trying to get that with our medium value, but then we'll get darker still on the bottom right. Going back to my dark value with a little bit of the medium value left on my brush. I'm blending this, but not making it so it's the same value. I want to make it dark, just like this. I want to make the same value as that without losing that line. This comes down a little bit because the angle of the nose. See how I did that? I brought that part of the nostril down a little bit. And this is too light, so I need to I'll add a little bit of the medium value, pull in a little bit of the dark value to darken this area up. I'll do that again. This needs to be dark. All right, let's go on with some of our light values. I'm going to go in with my lightest value here, just with a little bit on my brush. Add some light values to the top left, bringing it down to the top of that slant we made. Adding a little bit more. That's how you want to do it. You just want to add a little bit to your brush and then keep adding more and more until you get it just light enough. So I'm doing dabs as I move over to the top right, okay, to get that texture. Now, if you notice there's kind of a little dip, there's a bit of darkness there and some more dabs on this side, but I will pull in some of the medium value so it's not as bright as the left. I'll go back to my light value, add even more, another layer, lighten it up. Add a few dabs on the right side again. And I'm not bringing this down far enough. I need to do that. And while I do that, see how I'm wrapping it around that part of the nostril. And I'm just going to do some little dabs down here. Just 1, 2, 3. A few dabs around the bottom of that nostril. All right, so a little recap just to reflect on what we've done. With our dark gray and our medium gray, we added the darkest values with a smooth blended layer. Before that dried, we went in with our light value. We applied it to the area facing the light source, and not so much with a smooth layer, using more texture with dabs and dots. All right, so we want to revisit our dark values now and just make adjustments to the values. Like this needs to be darker right down here and up. This side also needs to be darker and up here too. It's especially dark in this corner here, but I'm going to grab some of that medium value, mix it with the dark value, and get rid of some of that highlight on that nostril. I don't want that. So we're back on our dark and medium values. We're revisiting them, and then we'll do rounds of this, dark, medium, and lights, slowly getting a little bit lighter as we stack the layers, and then also adding more texture, very, very gradually. I'm going to go back to my dark value, just my dark value, shape this area a bit more, and darken it up. We almost lose that part of the nose, but that's pretty accurate to what we're seeing in the reference. There's actually the smallest little highlight right here. It's really hard, where it's hard to see actually, and it's even below the nose. How cool is that? It's a wet little nose, so I'm actually adding this right below the nose with our medium gray. Bring that down a little bit more. And while I have that dark value with the medium value, I'll add just a little bit to the right side. But I brought this line up too far. I brought that line up too far. I need to bring it down. I have the medium value on my brush. I'm going to pull down this highlight so it goes straight down a bit. I see. That line is actually too far out. So I'm going to go, this line right here is too far up. It should kind of curve a bit more. So I'm just going to go back to my dark and medium value, paint over that. And when that dries, I can touch that up. And I'm pretty happy with that nose aside from that one point, and then we can move on to the mouth. So everything that we just did to that nose, guess what? You can do using any color, purple or blue, even yellow, just adjusting the dark, medium, and light values. Now here's the thing, this almost heart-shaped looking nose is not complete because it still almost looks like it extends up because of the markings above it. So I'm going to do that with our medium value. I'm going to test this out to see if it's the right value. So what I'm going to do is create fur-like texture, bumpy texture. It almost looks like part of the skin underneath that we're seeing from the thin fur on the top of the nose. So I'm just going to create this bumpy texture above it. Kind of goes up a bit further on that side of the nose, on the right side. And it's lighter on the left side, which is why I'm going to add more light value to it. Bring it up just a little bit further. You are going to have, for dogs that have very short hair, or even medium length as well, you're going to see some of the skin being exposed. So it might be a dark brown and or some pinks like we're seeing on this Jack Russell, on the top of the nose, around the eyes where the fur is very thin. All right, so next I'm going to go back to my dark gray, darkest gray. Bring this line, I'll just redo, not redo, but like touch up this line indent on the nose and bring it down further because we're going to start working on that mouth. I'm going to go mix some of my dark gray with the medium gray. I don't want it a solid dark gray. I want a bit of the medium value in there. And I'll just create that little lip, but not the full thing, okay? I'm not painting in the full chin. In my sketch, I didn't bring down that chin far enough, but we can paint that in as we're painting this mouth. And that's what we're gonna do next. We already have our grays that we use for the nose, we'll use for this muzzle, but we're missing our pink. I see some pinks in here and yellow ochre. That's gonna be a color that I see in the reference. I just see this bit of yellow that being reflected, I think, from either the light source and or the blanket. And so we're also going to pull in some yellow ochres to complement this violet. That's why I chose the violet background. And so I'm going to pick up some of this light gray, pull in just the smallest amount of fluorescent pink in there because it is a fluorescent color. It's very bright, so you don't need much. I'm going to add more white to that. So that was that light gray mixed with fluorescent pink and more white. Don't need much of that, just a little bit. So when you're painting the muzzle, I recommend you add some kind of base and a base color that matches the skin color that we're seeing. So it's definitely dark gray around here with some pinks. This is actually too big of a brush. I'm gonna move to my cat's tongue brush. This should just be Not too big, I think. We'll test it out. All right, so I'm going to use a medium value gray to paint in below here. And that is too big. So I'm going to go to my size 1 liner brush. Make sure it's clean and damp with my medium value. Not adding any fur texture here, just basically creating the skin right now. Those dots for the base of the whisker, those come in after we've painted the muzzle, okay? Those aren't in this stage yet. So we'll take it out to about there on that right side, no Rizzo. And then I'm gonna pull in some of this pink, blending that into that gray, especially at the bottom. See how I'm doing that? Pulling a bit more at the bottom. And working up. Now I'm actually going to dip into some of my light gray as I move up. And that's where I'll be doing more blending into some of those medium grays and pinks with the light gray. I'm going to pull in light gray and medium gray. Because of the light source, this isn't going to be as light as I made it with the light gray. So keep that on the dark side. All right, blending that in, and that looks good. The only problem is I pulled into some of my, I have to go back to my dark gray because I cut into some of my nose. All right, ready to do the left side? We're going to start with our medium gray, and this won't go out as far because of how strong that light is hitting it. Now, this is also why I really love the Golden brand Fluid Titanium White, because I find that I don't have to keep returning to my water as much. It kind of keeps my bristles damp for longer than if I went for the medium or heavy body white paint. And so anytime you feel your brush pulling on your canvas, getting sticky, your lines are kind of clumpy, that's an indicator that you need to wash off your brush thoroughly, pat it damp, not dry, and don't leave it sopping wet on your cloth or paper towel, and then add in more paint. Okay, let's pull in some pinks. Again, that's the Golden brand Titanium White, the fluid paint. The viscosity is very liquidy. It really helps in this case, so that's in the description below. Now it stops about there. I'm going to brush off some of that paint, pull in some of the light gray and that pink over here. This color that's on my brush, this light gray with the pink, I will extend below here. I'm going to bring out the drawing a bit more. It's not going to be up as high. I'm going to bring it down a bit more than I have it. Now this is a bit darker, or I should say right around along the lip area on the muzzle. It needs to be a bit dark, a little bit more dark than I have it. So I'm going to go back to my medium gray, add in a bit more of that dark gray on the bottom. So it's actually not dark enough, so I'm going to go in with medium value gray and the dark value gray while this is still wet. That's right. Medium value gray with the dark value gray does the trick. So I'm not doing so much blending. I'm actually using this to add a bit of texture. So what I'm doing is creating these short little lines with very small gaps in between. I'll not bring this all the way out into the grays that we've applied, but just directly below the nose and right along the top lip. As we're doing detail work, sometimes we can hold our breath or get really tense or forget to come back to our body. So if you need to, take some deep breaths. Just want to bring you back to the present here. It's not about fighting yourself. It's just about remembering to come back to where we are creating this portrait. Don't beat yourself up if you're feeling distracted and wanting to pick up your phone, look at those notifications. Just come back here and don't judge yourself. Now I'm looking at all the details, even the ones that are just so subtle. I know I just told you to darken up this area and even here, but there's a subtle little highlight from this blanket, which is actually reflecting some of the light onto this dog and color. I'm gonna add a mixture of the light value with the medium gray. And right here, get the smallest little highlight on these lips, which is what was hitting that part of the nose that I was mentioning before. It's actually right below the nose. All right, so that's the mouth, but those colors we can actually use for that very thin amount of pink skin that's exposed on the top of the nose. So I'm not just going to use this light gray pink. I'm going to pull it aside to add more white to it. Even more than that. I'm going to get it even lighter than that. I am doing clusters of lines here, and I'll pull it out just above the center of that nose. I'm not 100% satisfied with the pinks I see here, so I'm going to add just a lightened version of the pink, the one that we originally mixed up, just right there. And I'm using my finger just to make it a little bit more pink, but also smudging it around a little bit so it's not too bright. All right, so while you're finishing up that portion of the muzzle, I have raw umber on my paint palette. Add some more if you need to. Raw sienna in the lower left corner, and I'll be adding orange for our next step. All right, creatives, so I have just added orange. I have my raw sienna and raw umber, okay? We'll also use black and white. This is the part where we have to decide what are the darkest parts of the animal, and not just shadows, but markings, stripes, parts of the animal that are darker. Like right here, we see there's brown. In this area, there's a marking of white and then a white chest. So I find the easiest thing is to do the dark shadows in the darkest fur first. And so that's why we'll work with our browns first. When it comes to color, I recommend going more realistic and then gradually progressing to your more abstract colors. So that's why I see it's brown. So I know I'm going to likely work with raw sienna. I'm going to likely work with raw umber. If you see a hint of red in your dog and you're working with a brownish red dog, that's when you would pull in more burnt sienna. If you're seeing a little bit of a blue tint, I still say start brown and then gradually progress blue. Any of those more abstract rainbow colors, put them in towards the middle and end. And so let's begin by mixing up our dark fur colors first, and I'll work around the eyes and then out. So I'll mix up my raw umber with some raw sienna. We want to mix up our dark, medium, light values, but also any of the other colors that we may be seeing. So these are the core colors that will pull into other colors that we need to mix up along the way. I'm running out of room and I want to make sure you can see it. This is dry, this gray, so I'm going to pull some of that into the next color, which is actually a bit more of the raw sienna for a medium value. Because we're working with dark fur, this looks like a dark value, but in this case, it's our medium value. Does that make sense? Now I'm also going to be using some yellow ochre here for our light value. So I'm going to pick up some of this raw sienna with yellow ochre. So raw sienna and a lot of yellow ochre for our light value. I'm doing my best guess here on color and value. I can adjust them as I apply them, okay? And I'm going to also mix up a bit of orange because I want to pull in a little bit of that orange even in this base layer. And if I want to pull it out more, I can add more for the top layers. So I pulled in some of our light value, pulled in some orange to that. So these are our core colors. We may need to pull in more raw sienna for a medium value. We may need to pull more raw sienna or more orange into our light value. It'll just depend. Now, as far as my past technique was where I would just go in just with the dark values in that dark brown fur, and that was it. Next step would be just the medium values. I found that didn't make a realistic pet portrait. I would prefer to teach you the way I do it now, which is dark values and then blending into the medium values and then blending into light values. And you cover up the white, you get the white fur, and then you do round after round to layer even more dark, medium, and light values to give it that dimension. So I updated my technique painting pets about 2 years ago. Been doing this, and I find it really does get a more realistic looking pet portrait. And I recommend working on one body part with this technique at a time. So with all that said, let's show you now how it's done. Pulling from my core colors, I'm going to mix up my darkest value with some white, okay, with a bit of white. I'm going to paint this around this part of the eye, bring that in, and around the eye. But as it comes in, I'm also going to pull it up around, but as it comes in towards the right side of that left eye, I'm going to pull in more of the dark value underneath it. Let's zoom in and look at one body part at a time. I've just painted that highlight below that left eye. But now I'm applying the dark value, which comes in. This is our darkest value here, which could be any dark value we want. We can even start more abstract. It can be any dark value we want, but it's darker inside this part of the eye and comes up now. Now I just want to note before we pull into that yellow-brown mixture, it's a separate mixture from raw sienna, which is right next to it. So I don't want to confuse you. When I'm pulling from the light value, it's separate from raw sienna, which is right next to it on the left. All right, I'm actually seeing that that darkness connects to this little sweet eyebrow. There's so much expression that's in this dog's face, and I really want to get it right around these eyes. But do you notice there's a gap here for that little wrinkle, that little line indent in the fur? I'm going to test out this color, our light value. Paint it in here. Yep, I'm liking that little gap that I left. I'm actually going to add a bit of white to that to lighten that area up. See how I just applied a dark value, medium value, and went light, working in one body part at a time. And we get the main ones. We're not focusing on perfecting it right here and now. We're covering up the white and doing our best guess. And then we really apply and adjust layers over top that base layer. All right, so let's work below this eye where we see our dark values. I'm going to test out this darkest value. And do you notice how the fur comes down, but then along this line is that highlight? So I'm going to bring it down pretty far. I'm going to add a bit more than I need because I know that I'll be blending soon with those medium values. This is a bit too dark, darker than I need it, so I'm actually going to pull in some raw sienna into it for the next layer that I'll blend in. Let's test this out. Yep, that's just right. It was the medium value mixed with more raw sienna, just as I predicted. So it gets a little bit lighter there. That's going to be like our main color. I feel like that is going to be a very popular color for this painting. Now, let's look at these differences in value. So we see that strong light value there, but then we see darkness right alongside of it. And that darkness right here is pretty much equivalent to this darkness like right here. So that's what I'll do. I'll carry this color down there. I'm always comparing and contrasting values to see how similar they are to other parts of the dog that I do know. Because I'm not going to get it perfect. I'm not going to get it exactly right the first time, the first layer. We can always adjust later and also blend it and fix it as we go too. So I will bring in a little bit more of my light value into that color, okay? Because there is a bit more highlighted on this far left side of the face. I'm going to carefully, and this is short fur, so I'm not making any sort of fur texture just yet. I don't even see any as it cutting over that background. I'm just going to keep it straight, flat line. But oh, do you notice it gets darker down here? So, and better to go too dark than too light. I'm going to go to my dark value while that's wet and get that dark value in right there and blend it in. It actually reaches all the way down to that muzzle. I don't want there to be a line left there, so I'm softening it by I wiped off some of it onto my paper towel and then blended it into that wet paint. Now, if I were to go in with a light value and just paint over that line, it would be fine, but it would actually look a little unrealistic because we see a little bit of the fur texture over top that line. So I'm going to do something that I think a lot of artists don't do. They forget to do or they don't do. I'm going to go over that line just a little bit. I'm even using like little lines to go over it a bit more so that I can nicely create that fur texture over top that area and it looking realistic. So next I'll go in with my white and the light value. And where this sits, it comes out pretty far. So it actually comes like out like here. And I'll just carry it down, covering up that white and creating that highlight that's there. Oh, there's some blending, but that's okay. I'll add some more white and yellow ochre and raw sienna mixture on my brush and create that fur texture as I move along. But this paint is still a little damp. I'm going to add just a hair of line. I should say I'm just going to add a very fine line right there because it's a very similar value right there over top the browns we just applied. But do you notice this just looks like a really bright strip next to a very dark value? And we want to do, at all costs, we want to get rid of those. We want to have those joiner colors to give them a hug, to create some unity there between those extreme values. The medium values are so helpful. So let's grab, I'm going to mix in some more raw sienna into the light value. Let's test that out. And there, this is going to help join those extremes. And if we need to, we can go in with the dark value, cut down. I'm actually going to go to the medium value instead. There we go. And soften that a bit more. Something I didn't mean to do, I'm going to bring this color that's actually the light value with a bit more raw sienna. I want to bring it down a bit more so that we can create that fur texture there. This is the white area. Doesn't go up so far. Just wanted to fix that. All right, you ready? We're going to work in this area, darkest area. So this area is the darkest, but it comes down, that dark brown. But I'm going to mix up the dark brown with our medium value that we mixed up. Blend that over all the way to the right side, because you see how there's little white strands over top really dark brown. So I'll bring it to that white marking. And back up again. And then go in with some of this dark value with raw sienna, that main color I mentioned that we'll be using. So again, this doesn't look very blended, so I'll keep working up on the white along that marking, but go back to my mixture of the medium value with the dark value and blend that with some lines. See how I'm doing that? I'm creating some lines over top. It does some blending and gets some of that texture in there. This area we lost a little bit in that process, so I'm going to mix up some of my light value with more raw sienna. And while that's wet, I want to blend that and not lose it. I actually want to go a bit lighter. I'm going to pull in some of this light value with a bit of white, because that is just a little bit, that is getting light hitting there. Use your finger if you need to. I use my fingers a lot when I'm painting. It's like another brush. Excellent. So let's move now along this side. So I'm going to mix up some of this light value with more white. So because I see that it's a really strong light value on this top left of the face, I also want to use this opportunity to maybe test out what it looks like to add a bit more orange. So I'm adding white with our light value and some of this brown orange. And I'm going to use that as our light value in that upper left corner. And I can decide later whether I want to make that more orange and bring it out, or keep it, or tone it down and make it more realistic. Or make it more yellow, or completely change it and make it pink. But I like to choose yellows or oranges or even pinks when I'm combining it with brown. So I'm not going to bring it all the way over, because that's where we start to bring in that medium value with raw sienna. A little bit more raw sienna in that case. Now, little trick, I'll just wipe off my brush and blend it right there while it's wet. You can also do this with a clean, damp brush that's just slightly moist, and it's just softening, getting rid of that line, and it's also pulling some of the light value into the medium value. I recommend doing it that way as opposed to pulling the medium value into the light value. It starts to get a bit on the dark side. I'm going to mix up the raw sienna with our light value up here. And it goes all the way up here. And I can start working to the right. And it actually gets darker there, so I'll just go a bit more with this light value with raw sienna. So this is the light value with added raw sienna to it, just so we could darken it a little bit. I'm going to fill that area above the white marking, and then pull in some of the dark value, because it gets pretty dark there. I only need to put a little bit, and then I'm going to wipe off my brush so there's no paint, and then I can, with the wet paint that's there, I can blend it. Now, if there's areas, like I'm looking at those eyes and there's things I want to change. Now, before I move up too far, I'm seeing that there's a highlight on the far left center of that eye. I'm actually going to go to my light value gray before it dries, add that strong highlight right in there. I'm also going to go back to my mixture that we started with around the eyes, the dark value with white, and just bring that in a little bit more, just like that. Want to bring that eye up a little bit more. That helps a lot. Okay, so I'm going to work on this left ear. Let's work on our picking up my dark value, basically just painting this whole area in because of how dark it is. Any kind of floppy ears, you're going to have this darkness underneath them. Oh, I cut in a little too much, but I can fix that. So it's not just this straight line, okay? It goes around the eye, curves in a little bit, and then goes up. But I actually do believe I've brought it in too far to the right. So I'm going to pull in, I'm going to pick up more of that raw sienna and light value and bring that in. I just brought it over too far. And then back to my dark value. Which I'll take all the way up to where we stopped. And it almost looks like this at the very top. I'll show you what I mean. It kind of goes up like that, and then like that. I'm getting some brown over here. All right, this actually wraps around the thickness of the bottom of the ear. But it's tucked behind that face. Right below that eye, it's kind of tucked behind that face a little bit. And I'm going to fix up where I cut in to the side. I don't want it to cut in like that. And I'm going to do that color with that added orange, with the light value and some of that added orange brown. And a little bit of white. That's what I used for that area. It can be very easy to alter proportions as we're adding these blends, these layers, all these different values. So try your best, take your time to do that. And if you do go over, fix it up before you forget about it. While I have this color, I'm going to add raw sienna to it and get some of this bit of the eyebrow that's getting highlighted so subtle right there. Now, I don't know about you, but dogs, cats, basically all animals, they may not be able to speak with words, but they sure do speak with their eyes, even their nose, their whiskers, their body language, their bark. And for that reason, I've always related to animals so well, not only because I think they're so beautiful and adorable, but because I struggled to have a voice when I was younger. Growing up, I experienced domestic violence. And then later in life, in college, I fell into a very toxic, abusive relationship. I remember growing up feeling dumb, ugly, worthless, unsuccessful, and so I turned to addiction. And then for so many years, I tried in my own strength to break that addiction cycle and just failed miserably. But once I became truly desperate and humbled by the fact that I was living in my aunt's basement, completely broke, no job, couldn't keep a job, I turned to the church. And when I walked into the church, I was able to find free group therapy, and eventually I made a friend who became my accountability partner. As I share the story, let's move on to that left ear. I'm going to add in the dark value right above this line. And my friend, that is where healing really began for me, because all of a sudden I decided after about 10 years I wanted to get back to my art. And I was eager to paint animal art, draw, doodle, color, and paint animal art. Prior to that, I had no desire to do art. Plus, I felt like I was a horrible artist. But around that same time, I got my hands on both Dr. Caroline Leaf's Turning Your Brain On book, which I learned about how plastic our brains are, and a visual Bible. So next, I'm going to mix in with our medium brown, adding more raw sienna to that, and then blending that up around the top of the ear. It was those two resources, and now my newfound creativity, that ignited my hope. I learned that I was a child of God, that I was loved, that no matter what I did, I was forgiven, that my brain is super plastic. No matter how old or what I've done, I have the power to change it. And then that led to my next step of growth, which was creating animal art every morning, and if I could, every night, while listening to sermons, listening to painting tutorials, feeding my mind with good, wholesome things. And notice I'm leaving the smallest bit of white because that's what's going to get a really strong highlight around the edge of that ear. But let's continue working down with our medium value. So this habit helped reprogram my brain to think and rethink thoughts that were positive, that were true, that helped me heal from the inside out. So right now, mixing our medium brown with our darkest brown. Fast forward to now, I'm over 9 years addiction-free. I'm married, I have 2 little ones. I'm an independent animal artist, and I'm working at another job as an art therapy practitioner too. And then it starts to get light again. So let's go in with our medium value with a bit of raw sienna and start painting this part, the whole part in that we have left on this left ear. So even more now than ever before, I feel like I have a voice, that I can communicate and express myself in a creative way and in a loving way that actually benefits people. That is why my hope is in Jesus now, not in myself, not in my circumstances, but because there's a track record there that I've seen Jesus do in my own life, that he has multiple times brought my biggest mistakes and failures and transformed it into something so beautiful. And that's why I have the 2 different colored eyes in a lot of my artwork, because he has and continues to transform me as I continue to look up at him from the inside out. At the bottom of this ear, I'm using a mix of my raw sienna with our light value. But this part, I don't want to paint that with the light value because it's getting dark right here. So I'm going to work up with this light value. It's blending, so it's not getting too much lighter. But I'll wipe off some of that paint and go straight into the medium value, not the dark value, because it's not quite that dark. And blend that with my fur lines, my lines at an angle. Now, just at the very bottom, I can use the dark value to darken that up with a bit of the medium value. Wash off my brush, and before that paint dries up here, I'm going to lighten it up with our light value with some white. And I don't think I'm going to go orange here because I don't really see that much orange on those ears. I could because it's another light value, but I think I'm just going to mix this brown yellow with some white. Lighten that up while it's still wet. Creating some of that fur texture, especially at the bottom. Now, I won't always mention, hardly at all, when I'm washing off my brush, but whenever you feel that tugging or pulling or clumpy lines, that's an indication to wash your brush off and pat it damp, not dry, and don't leave it sopping wet. Now I want to make sure that the thickness is a bit thicker up here, but then it is a nice line down here. So I'm going to go back to my dark value and create that nice fine line on the edge of the ear. And here's where we're going to highlight this part of the ear and the far left side of the ear, okay? And that's with even more white to that light value, even more white. And I don't think I'll get a good enough fine line with this brush, so I'm going to move to my favorite brush for whiskers, one of them at least, and that's size 0 liner brush. Make sure it's clean and damp, pick up that color, and very carefully move along that line. You just gotta go for it, and if you make a mistake, we can fix it up with the colors that we already have on our paint palette. Just gotta go for it. And now for the far left side. This is so lovely because there's yellow ochre in this. I'm going to add more white and more yellow ochre and really make it stand out over top that violet background. I went in a little too far. I also took out some more of the brown. I'm going to put that back in with a bit of the medium brown. So now we're going to repeat that on the right side, and we started with our eye. So let's work on, I'm going to pick up my size 1 liner brush. I'm going to use the same color I used for the right side with a little bit less white. So that's the dark value with our white. Dark value with our white and not as much white. All right, so here we go, working around the eye. At this point, I created a really bold dark line around that eye, and I think I'm gonna paint over. I'm gonna add a bit more of my dark value to this and join that nicely to the right, that dark bold line. Now again, we have that eyebrow here. So I have one that goes up along this line, but then it cuts up and creates that gap here. And I have a bit more of a line indent on the right side than the left. This goes down. I'm going to darken it up a little bit more, adding more of the dark value at the bottom. Even more of that dark value, actually. And bring it down along the bottom of the right eye. And remember how we added that light value, that highlight on the right side? We have a little bit of that on the right eye too. So I'm gonna just leave a little bit of a gap and work below that. So we're kind of doing it the opposite as we did before. Painting over that line below the eye. I'm just painting over that. I'll add that lighter version in a second, but I'm going to paint over this area and work it to the right. See how there's that little patch of darkness to the right of the right eye? And then to get that highlight there, which is very subtle, I'm going to add a bit more white to that light value or the dark value and cover up that white that I left. Oh, it's just not quite getting it. I don't have very much paint on my brush. I added a bit more moisture to my brush there, and that helps. So that value, that light value we just added below the right eye should be not as light as that side. So while we have this color, so if you need to make it lighter, I just added more white to that, and I'm gonna pull that one out even more, make it even lighter. Next, I'm going to mix up some of our dark to medium value with the light value brown with a little bit more raw sienna in it on this side because we're getting less light on that eyebrow. I'm going to pull in just a light value now and work that above that area. And this is definitely going to have two extremes, so we're going to need a medium value soon. And a little bit more above the other side, because this has kind of come to a point down along that eye. So let's pull in that color that this is our medium value with raw sienna. Medium value with raw sienna. I'm going to use that to join those two areas without covering up too much of that lighter value. I'm using curving lines here for that, the direction of the fur. We even want to get that in this stage, but that's a little too light. So I'm going to pull in some of our dark value. There's some of that medium value mixed already on my brush. They're going to mix. And I'll pull this perfect color down. But do you notice there's like a little curve, a little light value? Oh, goodness. Well, I showed it to you with my finger. That's actually where we'll stop with that color and now work up. So I'm continuing with this color. This is that medium to dark brown with added raw sienna, and we're going to work now up along the right of that marking. There's a bit of that darkness like right along that eyebrow, that highlight. And now here, I'm going to start pulling in some of that orange brown into this mixture. Whoops. Orange brown into that mixture is what I'll use as I work up. Now I'm going to need to do some shaping to that eyebrow again, but let's just continue painting with this color. I want to make sure that there is that curving line that comes down to that dark value there. I'm going to mix up my light value with raw sienna to start working above that area. So that's the light value with some raw sienna. I do see some darks in there. So what I'm going to do is work all the way up here and then blend in some of those darks in there. Okay? But that light source is definitely getting the top of this area. Which is why I'll pull in a little bit of white into this. We're definitely going to need a joiner value for these two areas here. So before that dries, let's go to a bit of our darks. I'm going to go to the medium value, mix it in with a bit of raw sienna because I don't want to make it too dark. And I just notice it's part to do with just the changes in the fur, but I notice there's a bit of darkness there. I'm kind of curving it like this. A bit of darkness there, like these two gaps right there. 2 rows. And that color, I am also thinking needs to go more right here. And even a bit of the dark value. I just need to make sure that's dark enough. Let's not get too caught up in details. We only just need 1 or 2 layers for this round of our dark, medium, and lights. So let's move below that eye now. I'm going to use raw sienna with the medium value. This might be a little too dark. Let's see. I think I'm going to roll with it for a little bit in this area and then blend into that a lighter color. I'm going to use this value for right underneath. And remember how we took that one in? I'm going to take this one in just a little bit more and back down. Better to go too dark than too light. While I'm here, I'll just touch up that area that we already painted to the right of the eye. And now, while that's wet, we'll go in with our raw sienna and our light value. I think this will work just fine. We might need to add in some orange, but let's blend. Let's do some blending. That's a little too light. So I'm going to pull in some of the medium value. And I'm blending it into that area. We don't want to go too light too soon. I'm pulling more of that raw sienna with the light value to get in this gap. And bring it all the way down here to that line. Because see how it kind of connects with that white and comes up, but then here is dark and then it gets light here. And while we have this color, since that area is light, and that color I'm blending in is our light value with added raw sienna. And then I'll go into my medium value with the raw sienna for below that. Now let's adjust those values a bit. Like for instance, that is too light that we just applied. That needs to be a bit darker. I'm going to go in with my dark value while that's wet. And blend that over. I'm even going into my sketch a little bit more on that right side, but that's going to be, we'll cut over that with our white strands of fur. I need to go a bit darker here, so I'm going with my dark value. There's like, do you notice how we have that real darkness on that side? We need a consistent value on the right side as it curves down above that curve, that highlight. This is why it's so nice to work wet into wet. We can adjust them by blending them. And let's work on this side by adding a bit of orange. Do you notice a hint of orange in the reference? I'm going to do that now. Our orange brown with some of our light value, because that is getting some of the light. And I'll just fill in that entire area in. And then we'll do some connecting with another color, because this is those extremes I was talking about. But here's the difficulty here. This is lighter than that, and that's not right. That's not how it should be. I can darken that up, and I will. But while we have this color, I'm going to add more of the light value and a little bit more white and lighten up. Oh, too light, too light. So let's add some more of the orange brown in there. I don't want to get rid of the light values that I've added in there, but I want to lighten this area up. Now with all this orange we're adding to the fur, a blue background sure would fit too in this portrait. And I'm going to use my finger to pull it down. See how I did that? Excellent. Another chance for us to add in more orange. So let's now darken that up. Not too much though. So I think a good joiner value would be that dark value or the medium value with some raw sienna. I'm literally just going to go over this to make it more subtle and pull it into some of that orange. The area that I see, and do you notice it too on your reference, where this, like right here, is a bit darker? I won't go to my dark value for this, I'll go to my medium value for this. And just that medium value, I'll add it back in. You know where else I'm seeing this color? This, just the medium value is right here. I'm adding that back in below the eye too, right there. And just that medium value, I'm I'm gonna pull this part down a little bit more, pulling it down so it doesn't go up as high. That's my sketch outline, and bringing this up just slightly so there's just a little highlight right there. There's just a bit more of that dark brown there, right here. Now let's compare values here. See how this kind of stands out? It looks a little out of place, or it needs more light values around it. This is equivalent, very similar to that value. So I'm gonna go in with my light value, just my light value, starting dark as opposed to jumping too light too soon. It actually will work just fine. Just to not make that so bright, there's a little bit of more hair that's highlighted right next to it. It's kind of above and to the left. Now I know I can highlight that area too, so I'm going to go in with my light value and actually a bit of white, because this is most certainly getting highlighted there. This layer looks a little thin. I'm just going to add the same colors. It was our orange with our light value. That's the orange brown, I mean. Just want to add a nice thick coat to that. Do you see any little white specks? That's actually, we don't want to leave those. We actually, while we have these colors, we want to make sure we get them. I see two areas around the eye that I'm gonna fix up with. That was the raw sienna, the raw umber mixture, the dark value with a bit of white. I'm gonna touch that up and get rid of that white. So definitely do that now so we don't have any white specks. I'm actually gonna just fix up this part of the eye. Now, hopefully by now you see a lot more symmetry between the eyes. If you don't, let's try and catch that now before it gets away from us. So I'm going to go back to my black with white, my dark, very, very dark gray. So for instance, the area that I see on my eye, I'm going to be careful I don't put my hand into any of the wet paint. Be careful yourself. This gap of dark gray needs to be a bit thicker right here, the bottom. Aha, I also see that. I want to really make sure that there's a strong outline around the dark gray below this eye. There's just the smallest, if you notice right here, there's the smallest little bit of dark gray that comes down along the top of the eye like that. It's almost like it's just how the lamp or the ceiling or whatever is sort of being shaped in the eye. And I'm going to once again get my dark value with white, shape the far left side of that eye. I'm going to make a light gray again like we did for that glassy look. Bring it up. There we go. Let's move to that right ear, shall we? I'm going to pick up just our darkest value brown, carefully painting in that really dark shadow beneath the right ear. Now this ear's kind of resting, the side of the ear's resting on this side of the face. So I'll actually just outline to about there and then fill in the rest of the shadow. And while I'm here with this color is actually so dark that I can go in with the dark value and start painting that to the right. But not all the way to the right, because I can go in with my dark value or my medium value with raw sienna and paint that all the way to the right, all the rest of the white on this top right ear. And then I'll go in. The rest of the ear is going to be painted with my medium value and raw sienna. I'll just fill the rest of the ear with that color, because this is really not getting that much light. Now we're using a liner. I'm using a liner brush right now, but liner brushes are great for detail work in tiny little spots, whiskers, little hairs. So if you want to move to a larger brush, like a round brush, even your cat's tongue brush to fill this ear in, by all means, go for it. It would probably even be more efficient that way. And notice I'm working on the bottom because as I move up, I'm going to be pulling in some of the yellow ochre and raw sienna mixture with added raw sienna. but washing off my brush because I want to go back to that mixture of the raw sienna and our medium value. We're just getting the slightest hint of light value on the top of that ear, which is while it's still wet. I'm going to add a little hint of that light value right there. Now here I get kind of lost in my different colors, but I'm going to say for you to go continue with this light value mixture, lift up the corner of that right ear so we can get those proportions back in there. There we go. And that bit of highlight. And just like where we highlighted the top of that rim, we're going to be doing that actually right up top here. So I'm going to mix up some of my, it's not going to be as light, my light value with white, but not as much white this time. I'll add in more of that light value. I actually don't want to put my detail brush and leave it in there. I want to wash it off and set it aside just to keep it a healthy brush. And now I'm going to go on with my size 0 liner brush. I see there's a bit of highlight right here, and it wraps around. Excellent. And I'll just add a bit more here too. I just missed a little bit of my sketch, and that's why I'm going in with my raw sienna and my medium value, just to not leave that out. All right, so here we are. I am working now on a separate day with fresh eyes, a clean paint palette, clean water. I'm going to actually recommend you do the same so you have more room to mix up new colors for the white fur now. But instead of just using a range of grays, why not add some yellow into that to complement the violets in our background? So I've added yellow ochre, white, I'm adding black. I'll also add fluorescent pink. I find with white fur or very light colored fur, there's so much room to be creative with pastel colors or just adding one additional color to your gray. This is such great practice not only for painting white fur, but fur that has a bit more texture in it, a little bit longer length fur around the chest and belly you often see in dogs. Now we're not completely done with the dark colored fur. We're going to go back to that after we've painted the white fur. So we're going to be mixing up white with a bit of yellow ochre and the tiniest pinhead amount of black. With lighter colors, you especially want to add in a tiny amount, again like a pinhead size amount, to your lighter values because they're so dominant. They overpower those lighter colors. I'll add a little bit more black to reach that medium value that we'll start with mixing first. So I'm going to take a little bit of that, add a bit more of the yellow ochre and black, and I'll just add more white just to give it more paint, but still making it darker. And so I'll add more of my black and a bit more of the yellow ochre. And so that almost looks like a medium value, like when we were working on the dark fur. But because it's white fur, this is our dark value. Does that make sense? We have quite a bit of space to cover here. And there's a lot of light values. So we're gonna need a decent amount of our light value. So I'm gonna pick up a bit of the medium, add lots of white to it. And a bit of yellow ochre because I do want to pull out that beautiful golden color from the yellow ochre. All right, so we got our core colors here for the light fur now. I want to focus on covering up the white at the beginning, and so that's why I have a larger brush. I'm going to use my size 8 cat's tongue brush. And so let's just first identify where we have our darkest areas. So because the light source coming from this side, this area is going to be darker. Definitely here is going to be about one of the darkest areas. The darkest darks are going to be right around here. So we'll probably need to add even more black to create a dark gray, brown, because it's added yellow ochre in there, right around here and by the arm. All right, so here we go. So I'm gonna make sure my brush is clean and damp and go in with our dark value. Test this out to see how dark it really is. So I actually think that's a little too dark, so I'm gonna pull in some of my medium value into that. Because see how similar in value they are? I actually want that to be a bit lighter, so I'm going to just keep pulling from my medium value. Carefully getting under that muzzle. So the nice thing about this brush is it has that point. So I'm actually going to turn it at an angle, so I'm using that, like gliding it along the edge. So it comes to that point as I'm painting, because I want to start creating that fur texture. Is down, but then comes more straight in the middle and then goes at an angle over here. So I'm going to add the medium value. I'm not going to go into my dark value, but I'll add the medium value along here. But I won't go all the way down so I don't lose that line, even though I want that to be darker, because we can't see a very strong line there in the reference. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in with a smaller brush. I'll go in with my size 1 round brush, grab some of my light value, blend that in so that I can create that perfect value for right in that corner. That's not too light because it's also not getting much light from where it's located. But I want to bring it all the way up as if there was a line that went from here all the way up. So I'm blending the medium value with the light value on my canvas. Now as I work up this white area here, I'll just mix those two together on my paint palette. Now even with white fur, just like we did with the darker fur, we want to work more on the dark side. I'm going to bring that up just a little bit, just so there's that nice curve. So what I just did is so that I don't lose the head from the body. Even though these values are almost identical, I'm improvising so that I can make it obvious to the viewer the distinction between the neck and the body, but still have these values very similar. I'm going to see if this is too dark. Nope, I actually want to continue working with the light at the medium value mixture, that mixture. I also want to note that we use a lot of the light and medium value, and then later on, we'll add in the dark value at the bottom around the chest. So if you need to mix up more so you have enough, please do that now. And again, if you are painting in sessions, cover it up with saran wrap or aluminum foil to keep it damp for up to 3 days. I want to blend just a little bit more of that medium value. It's not quite dark enough, so I'm actually going to pull in some medium value in with the dark value. And I just want to make sure there's just a little bit more hint of that roundness around below the muzzle, like in this area here, by just adding a hint of that right there. All right, so now going back to a mixture of my light value with my medium value. I had a little bit too much water on my brush, so it kind of diluted it a little bit. And do you notice right here, there's a bit of a shadow, and just because of the fur, there's a line right here. So let's just create a flat layer with our medium value and our dark. Okay, that's a mixture of our medium and our dark. See how I'm just gliding my brush up along that line. And it's actually gonna come down. We're gonna start to create like those layers of fur that are kind of rounded. Do you kind of see it? There's like rows, and then it also comes in to a point right here, the structure or the direction of the fur. So we're gonna do our best to get that when we add this first layer. So I'm working with my medium and my dark value for right now. I'm going to pull in more of the medium value as I move to the left. All right, now I'm going to pull in more of my light value into the medium value. See, I'm getting progressively lighter, overlapping the previous layer and covering up more white. Making sure the direction is correct with my brush. A little bit more of the light value in with the medium value. I'm about to touch the top of that hand. And this whole strip is going to be so much lighter. But here, with this value, here, just to where there's the top of that short little arm. I'm going to go back to just my medium value on this right side. But here's the thing, because that side's starting to get lighter, I'm actually going to use my dry brush to pull it out just so it's kind of scrappy and it's leaving a bit of white. That's just with the medium value. Do you notice right here where there's almost like a fold and then it goes down? Well, I'm going to go to the dark value and I'm going to just create that with this dark value. I'm going to paint under here, Go up along where we just stopped with our paint and back up again, dry brush technique, so it kind of fades as I go up. And I'll continue on with that dark value underneath here to the right of the hand and down, because it kind of scoops down. So that fur comes into a point, but it kind of comes up a little bit, just like that. And then I'll work more over to the right. Go into the medium value, directly into the medium value, and now blend that up into this area of the chest. And I'm going to draw a line right here where that sketch line is. And down along this line. So we still have wet paint. Hopefully you still have wet paint on your canvas. If not, we are just going back and forth between our medium and dark values. And I'm just drawing out where these darkest areas are, and then I'll blend in those medium and light values inside there. Okay, so here I go with just the medium value and, with the medium value and the light value. Fill in this area, which is darker than up here, because this area is lighter, getting more light. But I love this value, the medium value with the light, right here. Now the fur here is more horizontal. I'm going to even get it above that line we created with that more of that fur texture. And down here is darker, so I'm actually not going to go with this color, but I am going to add more white and more of the light value to this area. And you know what? I love that yellow. I want to pull out those yellows. So here I go with more white, more yellow, and more of the light value. Even more white, that's actually still too dark. We want this a nice golden color. And I'm gonna try and carefully cover all the rest of the white on this side while doing some blending. And of course, that fur texture, which is at an angle. So for those light values, I just brought out the yellows by adding more white and more yellow ochre. So let's say you do more pink grays for white fur. Just add more white and more pink for those light values to add more color. Let's say you don't add any gray and it's just blues. You can again add more white to those blues, or even add pink to those blues, or violet, to add a different color but still a light value. For me personally, I find I can get the most creative with those top light value layers just because I can use any color and add white to it. And I tend to lean more on using the analogous colors, which are the colors on the same side of the color wheel. So like blue, purple, pink, or orange, red, yellow. Now there needs to be a bit more texture in this area, in this line. So I'm going to test out this medium value. It's not quite dark enough. I'm going to go to the dark value now. I want a bit more texture in there. See how I'm bringing it along here and then down? I'll go back to that golden mixture, kind of do a little bit of blending there. Now see how I left this white area here? Well, that's because I want it even lighter. So into this golden mixture, I'm going to add more white. And that's what I'm going to use to cover up the rest of that white. I'm taking a risk by not washing off my brush before going into those light values from the dark and medium values. So before you dive into those lighter golds, wash your brush off and then add them. That way they're not mixing those darker values into the light ones. This actually, I can, if with a steady hand, I can carefully place this right here. I'm actually going to push down on my brush so that I can cover it more space because that is lighter. That value works. And filling in the rest of the white right here. So we have this white gap here, and it's actually darker, but do you notice that the value is lighter than here? So I'm going to test out my medium value, see if that's going to be just lighter than below it, and it's not quite. So let's pull in some of our light value. So we want to carefully curve our brush strokes to where this fur is coming to a point. Same on that side. And what I'll do to get that little center area is just pull in a little bit of white on my brush and just create a subtle little line here with fur kind of coming into it. And I'm going to extend some of that lighter fur that I mixed, adding a bit more white. Bring it on over to the left. I'll do that again, just a little bit more of the white right here. All right, and then we'll go back to our golden color. Starting to do the same thing like we did over here. I actually need to mix up some more. So that's our yellow ochre with white and some of our light value. Whoops, some of our light value. Test that out just to make sure it's the same. Yep. And now let's work over, bringing it down a little bit, but over too. Now our brush stroke angle is changed. It's going the opposite way now. I'm going to cut up just a little bit, just very carefully with a dry brush, cutting up into there. And now from here, I'll add in more white, lots more white, and paint the rest of that white above that arm. So we got our first base layer with our dark, medium, and lights down with added abstract colors. But we'll pull those out for the top layers that are gonna get slightly lighter, but that layer needs to dry. So I'm gonna let that dry and I'm gonna move on to this muzzle. All right, so again, we know that that light source is hitting real strong over here, but then darker over here. So we're gonna have similar values here so that we can connect this muzzle area to the body. But we need to make sure we have a nice subtle highlight around the muzzle so that we can separate these values. We don't wanna kind of make it look like that chest is right on the same level as the muzzle. So I'll actually do that now. I'm gonna go with my 2/0 liner brush. And let's test this out. I don't quite know how light to go. I'm gonna test out my light value that we mixed up. And I think that's good. That light value, I think, won't be too light and won't be too dark. So I'm just gonna start outlining around this muzzle, creating a little bit of that fuzzy texture. I'll actually just add a little bit of paint on my brush to go in where we already added that bit of gray. I'm not gonna go back over that. We already added that. But I am gonna add a little bit below the chin on both sides. And in a way that's giving it that fuzzy texture. This is why this brush is so helpful. It really creates that peach fuzz, basically. I'm gonna actually bring this up right along the muzzle. And then we'll start working back with our size 1 round brush. This is from the Variety Arteza pack, not the detail brush pack. And let's go in with I'm gonna test out this medium value, which has yellow in it, and none of this has any yellow in it, so we may have to go back to our pinks to blend those grays together. But let's see. I think this medium value, that's what I'm starting with, is the perfect value. And I don't even think we'll need to do any blending with pink. Not at all. How cool is that? All right, so I'm gonna go in with a bit more of my light value. As I work kind of on the right side, I'm gonna blend in some of that without covering up all that pink below it, just working up from it. And even adding even more light value to my brush. What you can do is just wipe off some of that paint and blend the wet paint that's still on your canvas, just so it's a nice blend. All right, so I'm just gonna work up with my light value. And we're getting close to that light pink, which is much lighter in value than this color we're working with. So that's another area where we might need to add in more pink. But I'll just keep working up along this side right here. You can see I'm creating a bumpy texture there. We're gonna go in with our liner brush and bring that out even more. I like to try and cover up the large white areas first before doing that. All right, so it gets a bit darker here and then much lighter there. So I'm going to go back to my medium value, test this out. Is this too dark? I don't think so. So right now I'm working with my medium value, this one right here. So just how that left eye is slightly pushed out, forward, it is preventing some of that light from hitting between the eyes. So that's why I'm using a medium value here, not a light value, but then as we get to the forehead, we'll make that a light value. I think I'll work on this little angle here, but then switch to my light value for this area here. Do you need a good stretch? Do you need to straighten out that back? Do you need to take a break? Your brain is gonna remember all this information way better if you take regular body and eye breaks. So I'm having on my brush at the moment, I have a mixture of my medium value with my light. I'm actually just going to go straight into this line right here to the left of it because I want to distinguish that light value from another light value. I don't want it just to blend together, but they're pretty close in value, that's for sure. And then I'm going to mix up added white with the light value. I'm going to add that here in front of it, or I guess behind it, and in front of it. Doing some blending too. So you can tell what this area is going to be. It's going to be more of the light value with white, and I'm going to add just a tiny bit of the yellow ochre. I'm going to fill in most of the white and worry about those pinks here and this area in a moment, once I have that painted. All right, you can see I kind of stopped around here, and we're gonna problem solve our way to attach this area to these pinks to this area. So let's work right here because I know it's just a simple, the colors we have we can already use, like the medium value. I'll use that to do some blending. I'll pull in more of the light value and this to blend up. So that gets rid of one of our problems here. I wouldn't even call them problems. One of our challenges. Next is down here. So what we can do is just use the dry brush technique. I'm wiping paint off, and I can just do little dabs so it's so faded. It's a very thin layer of paint. That's one way, and it works. It actually works really well. So that solves that issue. And now for this area. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna grab a bit of white with this light value. There is this strong highlight right here, right above this part of the nose. I'm covering up some of that pink, but I can put it back in. There's also really strong, I'm going to grab more white, really strong highlights over here. And I'm kind of closing in that pink, getting rid of some of it and keeping the rest. So now I'm using the dry brush technique again, kind of fading it. I think I want to add in a bit more. I want to add it back in. I'll mix up the medium value with a bit of the pink and added white. So that was the medium value with a bit of pink and white. Just putting that back, and it's nice and subtle. I like that enough, a lot, that I want to add a bit more here. I'm going to even add just the smallest amount of pink to it. So I can add a little bit there. I'm wiping off some of that paint so it can be that dry brush technique and get those little subtle hints. I'll do the same thing with the dry brush on this side. So I'm using my size 0 spot brush. Yeah, I can just barely see it. Size 0 spot brush. And now is where we can add in those little dots around the area where we see the whiskers. So I'm going to test out my dark value. This may be too dark. If it is, we can adjust it. I'm going to start in the darkest part and work up to the light part. And this is, it goes at a slight curve up. So I'm going to actually say it's like halfway in the center of the nose where the last one ends, and I'll start there. And I'll just carefully work my way in at a curve. And this is the perfect value. It's not too dark. In fact, it could be a little darker, and we might need to do that. I'll just place them and then I'll get them darker. So next row, it kind of ends around here. And now we'll work in underneath that. And the one below it here is so subtle, so that's why I'll add in the light value. That wasn't the light, medium value. I added in the medium value. Which, that same color, that same value, we can add just the smallest little dots for the other side. And we don't see much because of how bright it is. We only see a little bit. Now, do you notice this? Because we added that darkness here, it really pulls out how light it is here. So we need to darken up this area here and kind of get a little bit more texture right outside that nose. So I'm going to take that dark value. It's not dark enough, so we're going to go in with black into that dark value, just a little bit. Still using my size 0 liner brush, spot brush, sorry. Need to add a bit more black. Got to get it just right. There we go. And I'm going to add these little tiny lines that even come down further. To have this spotty texture fade into our yellows and our grays, just a few small dots goes a long way. All right, so now we're just nearly finished with covering up the white of our canvas, and the last bit is the paw. So we want to go in with our dark value here. This is a dark gray, but that's actually could get a bit darker. We could go a bit darker there and around the paws. So what I'm going to do is mix up a color with just by adding black to our dark value. And by the way, I'm using my size 0 spot brush again. And I want to go in this area around the paws and just a little bit around the belly. I'm actually going to be going around the nails with this color also. See how I'm doing this? This is how I always will paint feet. I outline the nails, sometimes with a dark gray, sometimes with a medium gray. Now, another great lesson on feet, if you really struggle with feet, because this is my least favorite part of the dog or any animal, is the corgi tutorial that I have in the masterclass. That one can be really, really helpful for feet. All right, next on this side, and we barely see the nail. We barely see the nail on that toe. It's almost like the corner of it. See that? It's like the smallest little bit that we see there. And why I'm picking up this color, more of it, is because I want to get a bit more contrast, add a bit more darkness using this color. Going up a bit. See how I went up there? And then with my fur texture, with clusters of lines as I'm doing this, I'm working up a little bit further into some of the gray that we've already added and down, just along this arm. I'm going to shave off just a little bit of this blanket. Now, if you need to, because I have this weird curve right there, I want to get rid of it. I'm going to go to my medium value, mix it in with a bit of my dark value, and I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to go back to that same color, medium value, with my dark value, and I'm going to paint it here. I'll actually pull in some of that dark color we were just adding it, blend it into this mixture with the medium value, getting that fur texture. I don't actually like that. I'm going to go back to just my medium value. That's why. It's because it needs to be horizontal. Those brush strokes need to be a bit more horizontal. I went up a little too high, so I'm going to just redo that area, mixing in a bit of our light value with this medium value. So once you have 1 to 2 layers on an area like we have done on the chest, now you can start adding some really fine line texture, clusters of fine, thin lines. So I'm going to go in with a mixture of my light value with my medium value. Starting from here where it's the golden area, I'm going to go from that area and work my way down just a little bit with a little bit more finer textured lines. And then I'll move into a little bit more of that medium value. So it kind of fades from light to slowly darker. Okay, you ready? We're going to go back to these paws, and they're very light. That light is hitting that paw really strong. So let's test out this light value. Is this too light? No, it's actually just right. But here's the thing, I actually need to bring up that dark value up a little higher in this toe. I'm just using the dark value, not with added black to it. And then I'll go in with the light value to fill in the whole paw, honestly. Now guess what, this area right here, I'm actually going to use my medium value to just bring it up a little bit so it comes to more of a line as opposed to a curve. And because this is just so close in value, I'm going to pull in some white. See how I'm doing this? I'll be lightening up this area anyway, but so that I can separate the paw from that part of the body, I'm going in with white over top the top area. Okay, and then back to our light value to fill it in. Now around here, you see how it gets much darker? It gets much darker around here, so I'm actually going to pull in more of the medium value. Even a bit darker along this, right at the bottom of this nail, but then it gets lighter again. So I'll go back to my light value. And then a little bit as well with my medium value on the bottom here. And going back to my dark value to bring this up even more. Now I want to go back to that mixture of a little bit of black with my dark value because I also want to get slightly over top the blanket. The very smallest, thinnest little outline below those nails to separate that paw from the blanket. I really don't want this bold because I don't want it to look like a line on the blanket. I want it to be thin. Okay, so let's go in with our pink brown. We're gonna need raw sienna now, because there's a bit of brown in here in these nails. I'm gonna mix up some pink with raw sienna and white. And I do believe I'm gonna need the smallest bit of black. So that's raw sienna, pink, white, and the smallest bit of black. Let's test this out. I like it. I'm gonna paint in all the nails in this color. I'll add a bit more white and a bit more pink. And that's what I'll use to fill these nails in. The smallest little bit of that nail. They're oval shaped, a little bit more flat on the bottom, not so pointy. I want to paint back in. I lost a little, when I was doing that, I lost a little bit of the outline on this one. I'm going to put that back in. And same with this one too. All right, and while that's wet, I'm going to go in with just the smallest bit of white into that color and get a little highlight on the top left, okay? Top left of these nails. I'll actually need a little bit more white than that. Hooray, we have all the white covered up, and now we're gonna do lots of our fine lines, tons and tons of fine lines, and also adding a bit more contrast, stronger highlights and stronger lowlights, which means definitely those medium values are needed too. So I'm still gonna be working on the paws. I'm gonna work with my 2 backslash 0 liner brush. Because do you notice there is some strands that are kind of cutting into that dark gray around the nails? They're even kind of overlapping in this little gap here, cutting over top some of those nails. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go in with a mixture of our light value and added white. And what I'm gonna do is ever so carefully just bring some of these lines down over top that dark gray, over the nail. And even around the nail, I'll pull some of that fur down too. Like right here, there's definitely some lines that are kind of cutting in around the paw. Over here too on this toe. And after we do that, and there less is more, we don't need to add a whole lot. I'm going to go in with white and this light value and really lighten up the left side of that paw without covering up all those bottom layers. We especially want it to like the left of those toes. All right, so you ready to work around here? So what I like to do in this step is I like to look at any areas that I accidentally just left lots of color. Like here, this is like very strong, little strip of gold there. Here, there too, and there. And yep, they're in the right spots when it comes to the light source and how it's hitting the fur, but I love the extra color. So I'm gonna pull those out even more and around it. So I'm gonna mix up more yellow ochre like we did before into our light value with some added white. I wanna try and match that color and adjust it. So let's just test this out. So I basically match that color. That's really accurate. And with this liner brush, I'm gonna create finer, thinner, cleaner lines. So I'm kind of working a row below it. Now what I'm not doing with this third or your fourth, fifth layer is covering up those bottom layers. I'm not wanting to do that. I'm carefully leaving very, very small gaps in between these clusters of lines so you can still see those bottom layers, but adding this lighter value. Now right above that arm, I get a bit more abstract. I decide to make these more horizontal lines that are slightly curving. I'm basically going over all that we did already with more lines. I'm going to add even more white to that so that I can brighten up this highlight right here along the neck and the back. And guess what? I can go again into some of that gold, blending some of that really light gray yellow right there. I'll do it again, adding a bit more of my white so that I can lighten up this part of the arm. Now, once again, I'm going to slightly turn my brush, but also creating a slight curve as well, curving around that arm. So at this point, we have all the white of our canvas or paper covered up. And so this is where we begin to tighten things up. We get a bit more intentional about little detail brushes, small little dabs and brush strokes. A little bit more skills involved here, so just take your time. Oh, this is so fun. I love this part. It's so cool. Okay, I'm gonna mix up a little bit more of that color, that gold. I love gold, and it's yellow ochre with the light value and white. Ready? We're gonna do the same thing, but on this side now, changing. Test it out first, make sure it's accurate. It's the same as that one. Yep. And with my lines, I'm gonna go in rows, this curving row. Notice I'm not getting every line, every fur line that I see. But now I'm bringing it in a little bit further. See how I'm doing this? I'm bringing it in a little bit more. And I want to get it to where the fur kind of turns a little bit and comes to that point right in around the chest. But because this area is dark, I'm actually going to add a bit more of the medium value into a corner of it. Slowly working my way up. So that's the medium value into a corner of that light value. I'm definitely almost out of my medium value, but I will be adding more because it's getting more dark to the right. That's why I'm adding a bit more of that into our yellow gray. Again, with the medium value and that gold that we just made, I want to make these lines here very subtle, but connect this area and that area by just being slightly darker and curving. Like the brush strokes that I'm applying aren't as straight. Again, if you need to pause and mix up more of your colors here, I'm quite running out, then I would recommend you do that before we move into the next steps. Autumn comes too soon. Autumn comes too soon. And now even more white into that gold. Okay, I'm not putting any medium value in this now. I'm just using that golden color with lots of white. And I'll just cut up just like we did, but adding a lot more fur texture on the left side. I'll even cut in a little bit now, just a little bit, to our purple background. And guess what? I'm gonna skip this. I won't go over this area. I'm gonna kind of slightly cut up here, just like that, and then paint in this area around it, around this little pocket. But because we added that, we don't want to stop here. This looks odd, so I'm going to pull in more of my golden color, pull more of that in and work to the left. But that light source is kind of hitting more down here. It's not hitting over here as much, so I'm going to keep these lines a little shorter. I'm going to go back to my medium value just because now that we added that white, I want to cut up into that white just a little bit more than I did, just for that part that we see from the arm. I just love those golden colors there. I'm gonna add even more yellow ochre to this mixture of our light value with white and that yellow ochre. I'm doing that to mix up some more so that I can put it back in, further pull out those hints on the chest here. And this is like more of a medium value, okay? This is not our light value, it's definitely not our dark. And that's why I'm putting it right there between the dark and the light. Now this area is not finished because we're gonna mix up this color with a bit of our dark value. Okay, just a little bit. I'm gonna pick up some more, going with a little bit of our dark value. So we're going to begin to soften this line between that golden color and this gray, adding these rows, these clusters of lines. Oh dear, too much water on my brush. That's something you got to be careful of when you're working with detail brushes because they don't hold much water or paint. I'm trying to make this so subtle so that I can just slowly build up. Slowly build up. Once again, be careful how much water you're adding. See how I want to leave that line there, but not make it too strong of a line. I definitely need to mix up some more, so that's white with the yellow ochre mixture and the light value, so that's one color. And now mix it in with our dark value. I'm completely out of the medium value. I'm just using this space for that. I'll pull in a little bit more. Now here's what's throwing me off. I need to pull that highlight with the golds right here, right below there. So that's where I'm gonna go in. So that's what I did with my golden color. I joined these two areas together. I even used my finger action there. All right, now moving on up. I'm going to use that gold to add a little bit right here along the top, starting to also cut in to that area. So I'm cutting into some of those browns now with this layer. And I'm going to mix up a medium value. I have a little bit of my dark. I'm going to pull in some more white and just a little bit of yellow ochre for my medium value. And what I'll use is the smallest little bit of white so that I can start cutting in those strands over top some of that dark brown. So I'm curving my brush, so going kind of at an angle that way. But then as they get closer to the bridge of the nose, they get more straight. They're more vertical. Now on this side, different direction. It kind of curves off at an angle a bit more. And then here, the first strands kind of go like this. I'm really going to add little dots, little lines. Same thing on this side. I'm going to be pretty generous with these lines and how they connect to the dark brown or that reddish warm brown, because I think these really help make it look more realistic. Definitely have some up here too. I'm going to take a break from that brush for a bit because I need actually a slightly larger brush to fill in a lot more white. This is my size 1 Arteza round brush, and I recommend you watch me first before you give it a go. I'm applying a glaze of white, so I'm adding water from my cup of water into straight white, so it makes it more thin, and I'm going to add that to the left side of that muzzle. Now, this is such a helpful technique, especially at this point in the process where you don't want to redo your work. It can alter the value and or the color of an area. If you want to give it a tint of pink, a tint of yellow, or make it darker, make it lighter. I'll add a little bit here too. And a little bit more up here. And this bit is getting highlighted as well. So I'm going to bring a bit more of that highlight that we're just using right now. I'm going to bring it more down along this lip. I'm also going to add a little bit more on this side and a little bit down with our golden and white color. I'll add just a little bit of an outline around the right side of the muzzle. Aha, and I spotted it. I know, I see what it needs. I just want to go just a little bit darker below the lip. So here I go with some white and some black to create a gray and pink. Now a little bit darker. Just slightly darker, okay? So I'm not going over that dark gray lip, just the chin area below it with a darker value. That adds contrast yet again. I gotta go over that dark black outline. So we're gonna actually very soon move on to the dark brown fur, but I want to make sure that I don't, while I'm here, I don't lose that dark gray outline connected to the mouth. I am adding more orange and raw umber to my paint palette so that we can mix up our final touch-up colors for this part of the fur. Now, something that I've really been itching to change, but I've been fighting the, the urge, is how these eyes look a bit more bug-eye. They look like they're sticking out way more than they need to be. And that's all to do with a gray for that wash, too light. It's just too light we actually need to tone that down, make it a bit darker. So to help me figure out and adjust the touch-ups that I need for this brown fur, I'm gonna do that next. I'm gonna fix those eyes, get them just right. So what I'm gonna do is make another gray. I'm gonna need more white. Now for this part, you can use either black or raw umber for this next part. I made a little boo-boo. That is darker gray, a darker gray, but not too dark. And that's where we have to test things out. See, that's not quite dark enough. It's funny how I thought I was using black, but I'm actually using raw umber and raw sienna. But you can use black or raw umber. So I'm going to put back in that pupil with black. Pulling in some of that black over. There we go. That helps a lot. There we go. That helps quite a bit. And also going in with raw sienna and black to darken up that iris color because of the shading. Not dark enough. That's raw sienna and black. So here's where I discover my mistake, but you know what? I'm rolling with it. I can still use it. I'll do the same with raw umber on the right eye. And now for that right side. I'm going with raw umber and my white. Oh, too much water on my brush. I actually want to have some of that up here. And here's where I am going to go in with black. Bit more shading up here than we have it. Bit more darkness down here. And I'm going to go back to my light gray, just with the tiniest bit of black and white. And I'm even going to lift up this highlight on this left side. Just lift it up a little. Add a little bit more of that light gray here, where it's hitting the strongest on that eye. And I think that's what it needed. That's going to help us then figure out how dark or light to make the dark values around both eyes now. So this is how you can get that excellent depth in the eyes, just having a range of values and having the view of the pet close up enough where you can have a larger sized eye where we have more room to add all those different values. So I'm switching to my size 1 Arteza round brush. I'm going to mix up a mixture of raw sienna and raw umber, just like we had when we first applied those values. That's raw umber and raw sienna. Let's test this out. So curving brush strokes, long lines that are curving around both eyes. And I'm just doing line after line on that side. And line after line on the left side. Now we have a strong eyebrow there, but it's actually a little too light. So let's tone that down with raw sienna and yellow ochre. Yep, I'm going to pull in some of that raw umber mixture into that right here, so I can tone it down. But then I want to bring some of that onto this side too. And bring out that eyebrow on that left side. So I'm going to mix up some raw sienna and yellow ochre. And let's add a little bit of white to that. That's raw sienna, white, and a smidge of orange, okay? Raw sienna, white, and a bit of orange. I'll add some even here too, like we did before. Now let's use that same color right here as a medium value, right below that left eye. Let's see where else we can add that color. Can we add it here? A little bit to that right eye on the right side, but also again on this left side, but I'm going to even add a bit more yellow ochre and a bit more orange and white to that. I'm going to use that same color to highlight up here. I notice that this area is dark here, but this area needs to be a bit darker. So I'm going to go to raw sienna with a bit of umber, tiny bit of raw umber. Might be a little on the dark side, but I'm going to actually thin out the paint with a dry brush. I'm just thinning it out. I have basically no paint on my brush. I'm just back and forth, moving it around. Then I'll pick up that color. That's raw sienna and raw umber. Add a bit more below this right eye. Very subtle little adjustments here. I'm gonna go in with a bit more. I'm adding more raw umber to that though, a bit more raw umber to my raw sienna. And this is the dark value right here. That's gonna help so much add contrast. Now this is where we really want to stand up and look at our photo. Exactly what it needs. I'm using this color, dry brush again, just very small amount of paint right here. Now, if you ever find yourself stuck on a painting, maybe one of my tutorials or an original painting you're working on, I still find myself having this problem too. I invite you to the YouTube community. I have linked that in the description down below. I invite you to join it so you can get very positive feedback. I can help you as well. I make sure I read every post. And as well as pulling out the darkness right here to the right of the eye. That's a really important little shadow there. That's with our raw umber and raw sienna mixture. I'm gonna mix up some more of that. That's raw sienna and raw umber. I'm gonna add a bit more here. Cutting into some of those white strands that we made, but not going down too far, because right there is highlighted, but right above it, we see our darker values. I'm going to test this color out and see if it's going to be too dark. It may be too dark, but I'm going to see. Nope, it's actually good. I'm going to use this just to add more of a darker outline below that highlight, directly below that right eye. And also, very carefully, below the left eye. I'm going to add more raw sienna to that so it lightens it up. So we can add a bit more darkness. Oh, see, that's just too dark, so I'll add in more raw sienna. Smooth that out. Bit more darkness here. That color with the raw sienna we just made, add some there. That needs to just be slightly darker, so I'm going to add a little bit more raw umber into that. Oop, too dark, so I'm going to pull in my raw sienna. And even pull a little bit of that up here, because that area is that bit of dark brown. Now I love how there's orange in this part that just came out when I painted it, and I want to pull that out even more without getting it too much lighter than the left side. So into this raw sienna and raw umber mixture, I'm going to pull in more orange. I'm going to test this out. That's pretty strong orange. Yep, I think I'll go with it. But then I know I need to do something different right here. What I need to do is mix up white with a bit of black to make a gray, because all these colors have dried, so that's a little bit of black, white, and yellow ochre. More white, so that I can make my medium value, but just slightly lighter medium value. So I'm going to add more white to it, because right here, it comes up a little higher and into that purple background just a little bit there, but it needs to be light. Just slightly lighter, added more white to it. I'm using my size 0 Arteza liner brush. While I'm here, I'm going to add just a little bit of the white strands. With this liner brush, I'm just going to use straight raw umber, okay? Because I see a real strong darkness right there. Just using raw umber. I'm going to darken up this area too with raw umber. What I'm going to do is lighten up just a little bit on this left ear, just the top of it, with a bit of orange into this yellow, and yellow ochre into this orange with a bit of white. I'm going to test this out. Yep, and I'm going to highlight this part, still using my liner brush. With a very thin amount of paint on my liner brush, I'm just going to add the littlest bit to the top of the left ear. And I'm going to use that color to add even more of a highlight right here. I'll add a bit of white to it. And a little bit more to the direct left of it, coming down along the left side of the face. So I'm bringing some of that white into a bit of the yellow ochre and the orange. And with my lines now, I'm using a bit more fur texture. I'm cutting at an angle this way. Aha, I see that I need to bring up this highlight over top some of that dark brown. That dark brown shouldn't come over here. So I'm going to mix up raw sienna, entirely different color, with yellow ochre and white. Even more white. And this will even go a little bit here on the top of the head. A little bit here. With that color, I'll just cut into the side of that eyebrow. I'll also tone it down a bit by adding more raw sienna to that, darken it up, and do the same above, the right eye. That's with added raw sienna. Add a bit more with that raw sienna just right here to lighten this area up. Ooh, now it's coming along. I see it. With that raw sienna mixture, I'll add a little bit right there. So I'm going to add more raw sienna to it, more yellow ochre to it that has a bit of white. Just using lines for the highlight. And I'll add some here as well with a bit of white. I'm going to add a bit of white to that because I just don't want that to be too strong. I need it to be balanced. So that's why I'm just adding more of that white to that side. I'm going to lighten up down here, so let's add some raw sienna to that. With lines, I'm going to add a highlight in the very tip of that ear using lines. I know what I need next. I know I need to make this area darker. This is just getting very little light, so I'm going to go in with raw umber and raw sienna. I'm going to use my finger to kind of brush that over. I'm going to add more of that color, raw umber and raw sienna. Right here, just richen that layer up even more. I even see some white dots that I need to cover. I'm going back to my size 1 round brush because I want to, with a clean brush, I want to blend that a bit better. So I'm going to go in with raw umber and raw sienna. But as I move up, I'm going to add in more raw sienna. Now, here I thought I was going to be adding some blue, so I'm adding some phalocyanine blue, but don't worry, I end up not using it. You're welcome to if you want to, though. Now there is just the cutest little 2 spots of gray right here, and since we're done with this area, I'm going to just mix that up. So that's going to be a subtle gray, that's black with white. Not too dark. And I'll just do 1 and 2. I almost want to add another one just because they're so cute. Can I do that? I'm going to do it. I'm going to add in another spot. Now definitely step back and look what your painting needs. I'm mixing up raw sienna and my raw umber with my size 0 spot brush. And I'm gonna cut in a little bit into these white strands. And then add some more white over top that area with that white fur. So that was with a gray. It was actually with a yellow gray. So I'll just add a little bit of yellow ochre to my dark gray. And lots more white. I'm going to pull that over even more. I went up a little too high. I'm going to fix it up. I'm going to mix up raw sienna with a bit of orange over top this area here. And something we haven't done yet is added little tiny strands. I'm going to mix up some orange with yellow ochre and a bit of white. That's what I'm doing. Orange, yellow ochre, and a bit of white. And there's just the littlest tiny strands of this lighter fur. Cutting over top the layers we've just added. So see how we get flat to a little bit more textured to even more texture and fine lines. Now, at any point, if you make your lines too long or maybe too thick, not only is it important to wash off your brush and make sure it's thin with paint, clean and damp, but also you can go back with your orange brown, cut in around it to thin out those lines. Now we'll also be doing the same thing on the left side of the face and on the top of the head. I'm going to add a little bit more orange, yellow ochre, and definitely more white for this left side. And let's not forget up here too. It's a little too light. Oops, gonna go and fix that. That's just a little too light, so I'm gonna darken it up again with raw sienna and raw umber. I'm seeing that I need to bring that eyebrow in a little bit more, so I'm mixing raw sienna and raw umber. Just bringing that eyebrow in a bit. These eyebrows tell us how this dog is feeling, so really, really want to shape them nicely. I don't want to forget about adding a bit more of a highlight to that nose, mixing up a very light gray. I'll add even more white to that. Really lighten that up. And guess what? A little bit right here too. Use your finger if you need to. That needs to be just a little lighter, so I'm going to go in with more of my yellow ochre and white and orange. Just trying to get that value just right. It's not easy. I'll use my lines to get that lighter. This dog's face is really close to us and we can see lots of whiskers, and I'm going to add a couple over top this purple and a little bit over top this neck. So I don't really like to go in with white. I like to try like a light gray. And we'll use this brush. I'm going to use my 2-0 brush. Use whatever brush you feel more comfortable using. Whiskers can be a little intimidating, but you can even try it out a few times on a separate canvas and then paint them on. Just using a little bit of paint on your brush. And dogs have much shorter, more, I would say, because they're shorter, they kind of curve a bit more. And the end of that whisker is going to be the thinnest point. The base is going to be the thickest point. And anytime you make a whisker too thick, you can take the background color and just cut into it to thin it out. It's an easy fix. Now, if this is your first time painting whiskers or your 100th time painting whiskers, it's always tricky, but every whisker that you paint, your confidence will grow. You'll learn what works, what doesn't. What's been working for me is when I use a really thin, long brush, like a liner brush or a rigger brush or a very small round brush. You keep your paintbrush not filled with water, definitely not filled with paint, but just a little bit of paint and water on the tip of that brush. And you start with your dominant hand first, build that confidence, then move to the other side, one whisker, one line at a time, keeping the very end of that whisker the thinnest point and the root of that whisker the thickest point. And I don't recommend white, but I recommend a light gray. There's just a little bit more peach fuzz on the chin that I want to get. I'm bringing it down a little bit longer with our light gray. I'm going to get just a little bit with that light gray, more of a highlight on that left side of the nose. I'm going to go add more black to it. Now this might not be something your painting needs, so do the adjustments that you need, but for me, I know I'm going with a dark gray to bring up that highlight a bit more. And then back with a very light gray, like I was using for the whiskers. Draw it out a bit more. I'm gonna go mix those two together. A medium gray is what I'm mixing with the light gray and the dark gray. And just getting a subtle little highlight right here. Right here to the direct left of that eye. All right, creatives, so we have reached the end of this tutorial. I really appreciate your feedback. So if you have any feedback to give me, please comment down below. And if this blessed you, be sure to like and subscribe for more animal painting tutorials, art therapy-based videos. Have a blessed day. Bye.